Welcome to everyone who is here to hang out for a little bit. I'm Kat of Kat's Novel Adventures. For anyone who's new to my channel, let us know who you are, what you're up to. Get to know our friends in the chat. We're a friendly group. We get up to some shenanigans on Wednesday because we're here just to have some fun, relax, and just hang out and support one another. So if you happen to also be watching this on replay, thank you very much and welcome to What's Up Wednesday Sprints. So please let me know what everybody is up to today. I will preface the beginning of these sprints to say that we are going to have some bad weather. Are we not surprised? It seems like Wednesday's the day. But yes, we started about 2:45-ish with some distant rumblings. Of course, it's getting closer and closer. I don't know what to anticipate. But if for some reason we lose electricity, internet, whatever, I'll let you know in the chat. Also, I need to let you know that I have a book club meeting this evening with the middle grade March book club. We read Leva at Last. Very cute little book. This is by Sarah Pennypacker. And we are having the meeting to discuss Leva at Last. So since I read the book, enjoyed it, I want to hang out with them and hear everybody's discussion about it. So we will be cutting out a little bit earlier than we normally do. So just letting y'all be aware of that as we get closer to the end. But let's see who's here and what y'all are going to be up to. And I'll let y'all know what I'm going to be reading. I'll be reading zombie stuff because Zombie-thon actually officially ends on Saturday. And I have 2 books I'm in the middle of, and I want to get those 2 books taken care of. So that's what I'm going to be reading. I need to survive the zombie apocalypse, which I do have to have y'all vote and let me know what path I should take. And then I'm also reading My Life as a White Trash Zombie. I love this cover. It's amazing. It really is. I'm only on chapter 2, so I have to remedy that. So I'll be reading this first and then move into that. So that's my plan anyway. So let's see. What is everybody else getting up to? Here we go. Amber, hello. Starting sprints with cooking dinner, but hopefully reading the rest of this delicious death today. I hope you get to finish it. And hello, Travis, my silly butt cheek. He's telling all the beautiful people hello. I got 30 minutes left to work, so ready to go home. I don't blame you. And hello, Alicia. Happy Wednesday. Happy to be among friends, tidying up, video filming, book journaling, and reading Fourth Wing today. Fun, fun. I hope that the remainder of your birthday after I saw you for your sprints was wonderful, delightful, and that you had a great time. Do you feel any older, or do you kind of feel the same? Let me know. Hello, Amberly. I'm reading System Collapse by Martha Wells today. Nice. Hello, Anne. It's a very rainy day. Yes, we had some rain yesterday, and we're supposed to have rain throughout the week. I thought maybe it was going to skirt by us because it didn't start until later in the afternoon. Now, y'all cannot hear my Bailey. Bailey is traumatized by bad weather. And so I went ahead and gave her little hemp treats to hopefully get her kind of calmed down. She's underneath my desk and she's right by my feet. She's not panting right now, which is a good sign. I think she likes just being close and she's calm. So as long as we don't get, the weather doesn't really heighten much more than what we have, I think we'll be okay. But yeah, very rainy day. And I think it's supposed to happen the rest of this week. The weather is just, when it's bad, like when it's just not normal rainy weather, in my opinion. Hello, Bad. How are you? It's been bad weather here for a few days. Yes, thank you so much, Bad. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just, I mean, and this is just like supposed to be normal thunderstorms. But anybody in the South, even pretty much, I guess, on the East Coast as well, depending on the direction they go in, we're getting into hurricane season, June 1st. That's when it starts, and not looking forward to it. Hello, Denise. Need to pick out a book. Finished My Friends by Frederick Bachman last night. Loved it. 5 stars. Excellent. Yes, I know you meant 5 stars. And howdy swank, happy World Otter Day, happy Flip Flop Day, and happy Brisket Day. And I thought it was also happy Hamburger Day. Yeah, otters are precious. They really are. Hello, Kirsten. These sprints are a perfect thing for a rainy East Coast day up here in the New York City area. Yay! What are you going to be reading? Have you picked something out? And the book Pet Cemetery is so sad. I warned you bad. I think Andrew and I both warned you. Incredible book and writing indeed, almost done with it. Yes, incredibly sad. And if you have not watched the 1989 movie, just as sad. Just as sad. And hello, Eleanor. I'm committed to reading 6 books in June with various deadlines, so planning that. Excellent. I'm started my TBR for Big Book Summer, and I also started Summer Book Bingo, and then I already have my books picked out for Summerween, which is in July. But yeah, I'm going to be reading Lonesome Dove starting June 1st. I hope that's my plan. But yeah, I'm reading that. It's going to count for Big Book Summer, Summer Book Bingo, as well as June on the Range. And highs. And tonight I'll be working on some of my book club Discord, created a readathon for that. So come join, and reading Restless Ones by Abe Moss. I did not realize you had a Discord. I knew you had your Goodreads. Did you always have the Discord? Where was I when you were telling me? I did not realize that. So I have to join that. I don't know if I can read the book, but I'll come and support your Discord. And highs. Hello, Jen. I have to finish Leva at last. I'm also running out to grab food. I'll be back soon. I also have an assignment to submit tonight. Yeah, I'm glad that you're reading it, and hopefully you'll get it finished by the time we have the meeting. And I don't feel older, I feel the same. That's because you're still young, Alicia. You're still young. And mail day for the zombie book series. Last 2 delivered today. Yay! So exciting. She's talking about the White Trash Zombie series. She liked it so much that she's going to continue with it. I have to say, I love the first chapter so far. 14 pages. Love Angel. I think it's going to be great. Everybody that's read it so far has really enjoyed it. So I will be shocked. My kindred spirit, Jen, over at Literary Love 123, told me that she thinks I'll enjoy it. So I can't imagine not, but I just got to sink my teeth into it. You know, like a zombie sinking their teeth into a fresh brain. And hello, Angela. I'll be reading Remarkably Bright Creatures tonight, courtesy of Kat. Yay. I'll be at the middle grade March book club tonight, too. Yes. And hello, Ashley. I'll be starting The Wedding People by Allison S. Patch. That sounds interesting. Is it a romance, a drama, like literary fiction? And Labs and Retrievers Hate Storms. My black lab used to tear up the drywall when it stormed. That's sad. The good news is, unless my son and I are out at the same time, someone is always going to be home with her. And we even thought about possibly bringing in another kennel in the house, because she doesn't kennel at night. I mean, she sleeps in the living room. But we're thinking about possibly seeing if she'll kennel. She doesn't seem interested in going into Luna's kennel, but we're thinking about it just in the off chance. Now, the only thing I'm hoping we have good weather on Monday, because my son and I have to go to the South Shore for dental cleanings. So that's the only thing. I'm hoping the weather will clear up and we'll have good weather and it won't be an issue. But yeah, I've heard of dogs. My husband had a friend, his dog literally chewed through the door of their bedroom. And I don't know if the dog thought they were in the bedroom, even though they were at work. I don't know. But yeah, I just feel so bad for her. And I'm trying very hard not to give her the prescription medication if possible. I only want to do that if it's going to be really, really severe. I'd rather just give her something that's going to kind of calm her and then have her very close. And Jen said, I can't stay. I'm at the vet with Karma for an initial visit, but I wanted to hit the like button and say hello to everyone. Hello, Jen. If y'all have not seen Jen's new little kitty cat that showed up at her door, Karma is adorable. You'll have to check out the pictures if you're in Discord. And Ann says, I have a really bad black eye from a nasty fall. No, Ann, that's terrible. While we were walking, while we're talking, I have a warm washcloth in it. So how did you fall? Did you fall going down into the basement? Did you just slip? That is awful. I feel so bad for you, Ann. And feel like hurricane season was just yesterday. I know. And you know what's odd though, Travis? I think hurricane season, I always thought hurricane season was over like at the beginning of November. Not because we never really had any kind of hurricane events. So like once November hit, I always thought, okay, perfect. But this past November, we had hurricanes like forming out there. Nothing that affected us directly, but I'm like, is it changing, or have we just always been spared? It's been raining since 3 here, but it's not supposed to be bad, thankfully. Yeah, like during the summer months and everything, you would get that shower in the afternoon, and even sometimes the sun would be out and it would be brief. That's not the case anymore. We got to get like wind and everything. They even said on the radio we might even experience hail today, which that's just crazy to me. And Amber says, my animals also hate storms. We have to make sure my pup has a blanket and can be snuggled up against someone when there's thunder. Yes, she has a little vest, but I can't figure out how to put it on. I'm going to have my husband show me how to do it, because it's all these like Velcro and pockets and all this other stuff. So I don't know. But she's right here next to me. And as long as she's right next to me, she seems to be doing okay, because my room is small. I do have a window, but my room is small, and I think she likes to be as small as possible. Hey, Courtney, what's up with you, my friend? It's been raining and cold all day here, almost June, and it's 56 degrees. I would love to have 56 degrees. We haven't had a May like that in a long time, and that's cold. Hello, everyone. I finished Titus Grown and absolutely fell in love with the prose. Now I'm listening to The Devils by Joe Abercrombie. I'm planning to start listening to Mimi Gets a Clue by Jennifer J. Chow while I try to be productive. That sounds fun. I like the title. Yes, too cold for this time of year. Exactly. And Kat, you will love Gus McCrae and Lonesome Dove. The audio narration is great by Lee Horsley. If I can get the audiobook through the library, I might do that. My goal is to try to read daily. And I think I can read between like 28 to 30 pages a day if I do that. Or because it's in 3 parts, I was kind of thinking about doing the first part the first week, the second and third week, because the middle part is real chunky, do that, and then the last part be for the last week of June. I know a couple of people expressed interest in reading it in June. I think Alicia Yo made a comment about that. So I need to see if anybody else wants to buddy read it with me, and then I'll put that in the Discord, a little section if anybody wants to do it. But it was one of my gift books from Mindy's giveaway when she had her anniversary giveaway. So very, very excited to be able to read it. And yes, we have always had the Discord, but we just opened up to non-Goodreads members. That's why. We don't read certain books. We just have a bunch of fun challenges you can do. And I made Sharkathon for June. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And just got an alert that there will be heavy rain for the next few hours. I also plan to read Lonesome Dove this summer, but getting sidetracked by all fun readathons popping up. Yeah, I'm going to try to really, like during the summer, I try to really relax. and just do a lot of mood reading. And most of the stuff that I read can count for the summer book bingo. And I have a pile of possibilities for my big book summer. My goal just for big book summer is to read at least 3 big books, if possible. And Sue's rule is 400 plus. Now, Lonesome Dove is twice that. But like I said, I think I could do it. As long as I don't carry this over, I should be fine. But I have to finish this. I have to finish this because I'm going to be on Christine and Cliff's channel for the live discussion of this. So that would be the only thing that might stop me from not starting. But I'm hoping I can make a dent today in this book while we're on sprints. But the other books that I have, I don't know. I like to participate in Jane Austen July, and they usually have a group read. And depending on what their group read is, it might be a big book. So that could be my July book. And then I have a bunch on my cart that I would like to get to. A couple of Stephen King books, the Stephen Graham Jones, Buffalo Hunter is on my cart, a nonfiction called Outlive. So there's some books that I have on there that way, if I know I'm gonna read one of the Stephen Kings for August, but anyway, we'll see. And then I never know. I might read more than that. I mean, because the books that are on my cart are all around 400 pages. So I think, I mean, that's not, it's big, but it's not like terrible, because I can read 300, 350 doesn't take me very long to read. So 50 more pages isn't going to make a big deal. I need to read Lonesome Dove 2 and need a 500 plus page book. So I may do that too. Awesome. Yeah, that's one of the prompts on Summer Book Bingo is a 500 plus page book. So that one will count for it. But yeah, if you want to join along, we can decide how to break it up. But I'm really thinking about, I think it's in 3 parts. Like I said, I think doing it weekly, each part, and then we can check in and stuff. I think that would be fun. And Lee Horsley was a hunky actor for the 80s. Ooh, I'll have to go check him out. Lonesome Dove is so good. You guys are in for a treat. That's what I've heard. I have not heard one negative comment about Lonesome Dove. And I've never seen the movie either. So that will be a treat to be able to watch that. And my husband would enjoy that, I think. It's just as good as everyone says it is. And hello, Jocelyn. How are you? I'm doing pretty well. How's the writing going for you? Let me know what you're up to. And I fell over gravel on the sidewalk in front of a neighbor's house. Ouch. Yeah. Oh, and I feel for you. I almost fell yesterday because my dogs, when they drink water, it's like they drink water like, I don't know, it's all over the place. And I was in my Crocs and I walked and stepped in water. I think it was Bailey had been drinking, and my foot slipped and like I almost fell back and I caught myself. I'm like, oh no, I cannot have this. I just want to be in my PJs laying on the couch with my cats today. Has gone on forever. I'm ordering food tonight so I don't have to cook, but Saturday we're going swimming at Friends Pool. Sounds fun. Edie, woot woot. I just got home from errands and getting food. Yay. Albert, hello. How are you? Welcome. What are you going to be up to today, Albert? And Travis says, I have a really pretty edition of Lonesome Dove. I got it at the thrift store, but I think I'll have to audiobook it. Well, I have a nice edition too, but if Heidi says the audiobook is good, if I can listen to it, I might do that. And although I say that, I'm probably going to have to listen to my Beaumont book on audiobook if I can't find a copy at the library. Because Stormy, Carmen, and I will start that in June. I don't know when. I got to get in touch with them and find out when we're going to start that. And I also have to start my book club book, y'all. Chain Gang All Stars. I'm like so excited about it. I heard earlier today there was only 2 of the prison escapees left to catch. I bet everyone is feeling safer down there. Yes, and Angela. I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on the news. They caught one in Baton Rouge. That's where my Andrew and his fiancee Megan live. I'm like, no. And then 2 of them were caught close to Houston. I'm like, I couldn't believe it. But you remember I told you if they were smart and trying to get far away, they would move out of the state. I do not know how one of the 2 remaining escapees has not been caught yet. He has face tattoos, and he has a tattoo on his neck. Like, his face tattoos are not like close to the hairline or whatever. Like, he's got one in between his eyes. He's got them on his face. Like, I don't know how he's doing. Like, he would have to have a ski mask to hide. I can see a scarf going around his neck for the neck tattoo. But, like, he would literally have to do that. Of course, my husband's like, well, he could pretend like he's in like a wheelchair, and he could have a mask on and like a hoodie over it and like act like he's like, I'm like, well, I guess. There is $20,000 reward for each one. So 20 for each inmate. Not sure if they're traveling together. Apparently the 2 that got caught in Texas were traveling together. Not sure if these 2 are traveling together or if they're not together. I don't know, but they, and get this, we had another guy escape in Tangipahoa Parish. I'm like, what is this? Like escape from prison week? Because he got out because somebody didn't do a count or something correctly. Now, I don't know. They caught him. Thank goodness. I'm like, too much. And hello, Amy. Happy Wednesday to you. What are you going to be doing? And stepping away for a sec. Okay, Jocelyn. Amy, I was talking about you at PJ's Coffee today because the little barista behind the counter had this cute crocheted top. It was just so pretty. And I asked her, I said, did you make your top? It's just wonderful. She says, everyone asked me. She said, no. I said, well, I'm going to tell you, I know so many people are into crocheting, and I was telling her about your blanket project. Well, the 2 girls were just like, that is fantastic. I bet you that's going to come out so pretty. So yeah, I was all proud of you and your blanket, and cannot wait to see your blanket at the end because you're doing a phenomenal job with it. Hello, Kaylin. Are you officially moved? Please let me know. And oh no, yes, you're talking about those inmates. And I hear that, Travis. And I'm reading Lonesome Dove for Big Book Summer. Yay, Denise. But won't start until July, though. I'm doing the Amazing Readathon in June. I understand. I just have things going on in July with Jane Austen July and Summerween and then Giallo July, which I might read because if I can read a Agatha Christie for that. But I think this year I'm going to focus more on Giallo films because I didn't get to watch any last year. So I think that's what I'm going to do for July for that readathon. And we are just hoping it gets better by June 14th. Yeah, I hope so. What is the book about, Lonesome Dove? It's a Western. It's a Western, bed. It's a big Western. And it's about like a family. And yeah, it's kind of like a drama, I guess. That's the way I'm thinking of it. So yeah, it's a big chunky Western. And I'll be participating in the boot camp readathon in June, but nothing in July because that is probably family vacation month, planning a Disney trip for the kiddos, which I think y'all are going to have a great time. And whoa, I know. I've started my June on the Range reading, The Assassination of Jesse James by the Coward Robert Ford. I started your June on the Range announcement video, and had to stop because I had to go to a watch party last night. So I saw that you were picking a nonfiction. I haven't watched the June on the Range prompts or anything this year. So I was just going to do my own thing. I want to do that, my Lonesome Dove, and I would love to get to one of those little Gunsmoke Westerns. I love those, but not sure if I'll be able to fit that in with my book. But your book looks really good. It has a fantastic cover, I will tell you that. I don't know if y'all can hear the thunder. And meow, 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 meow. When you come in, it makes me want to sing that. How are you? I'm doing great. I just got finished getting a haircut. I'm handsome again. Ooh. You weren't handsome before? Uh-oh. I lost my place. And oh wow, no, I didn't hear about the Baton Rouge catch. Yep. What's weird is the Baton Rouge police got a tip about him and he was wearing a mask, and I guess they stopped him and they questioned him and found out it was him. So when they said mask, I don't know if it was just like a mask, like just covering his mouth. I'm not sure. Not a lot of details. And I don't know how they caught the Texas guys. Would love to know that. I need to go inmate hunting. That's what my oldest son said. Because at first he's like $20,000, like for both of them individually. He's like, because if it's individual. And hey, Matt. Hey, Jamie, popping in during the break. Yay. And Travis, you beautiful gelfling. I blame Annabelle for all the craziness that's happening. Haha. Well, you know, my friend Lori at Books, Ink, and Paper said that because Annabelle came to New Orleans and our beautiful Nottoway plantation in White Castle, Louisiana, burned to the ground, which is devastating. So sad. My husband and I have been there a couple of times and spent the night. They have a fabulous restaurant. So just really sad about that. I've heard that they're thinking about rebuilding, then I've heard maybe not, but that happened. And then the inmates escaped from New Orleans, and then that inmate escaped from Tangipahoa. So crazy. And time to clock out. All right, you know the drill. I'll be driving home, so I'm here. Just won't be chatty for a minute. Be safe on your way home, Travis. And I heard that there's a prison escapee in Arkansas. He's a former police chief who is in prison for murder and rape. Awful. Ugh, another one. That's what I'm saying. Is this like, let's all try to escape? And hi to Travis and Lewis and everyone in the chat. I moved in. Yes, I like my place a lot. A lot of work to get in there, but I'm here. Yay. So happy. And you're closer to your mom. So that's also exciting. And drive safely, Travis. Yes, all safety, all positive vibes. And yikes to Anne. Yeah. And that's sweet. Thanks. I'm having fun with it. But to be honest, it's also a lot on my hands. I have been waking up with them so stiff because I've been doing a lot lately. Yeah, I can imagine. I did a project when I taught my very first year. It was like my internship. It was my first year I taught. And I decided to do a project with my children where we were going to make a wreath out of fabric. And I had this real pretty fabric, and I had these special scissors that made like zigzag pattern or whatever. And so they would take it and they were going to tie the wreath. Okay. I sat there and cut the strips. I thought I broke my hand. Like my hand would not, like it was so sore. It was terrible. And it was like that for a couple of days after. I'm like, I will not do that again. Because I guess I didn't realize, like you're not cutting paper, you're cutting into fabric. So yeah, that repetitiveness. Yeah, give yourself a break, Amy. You don't want to end up with tendonitis. That would be terrible. Or trigger finger. And hey, Bad, classic Western. Yep. And hello, Kathy. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Crochet a granny square blanket, one granny square per book you read. Yes, that is what Amy is doing. And she shows her progress when she does her wrap-ups and the colors, because she's matching her squares, the colors of the square to her book cover colors, and absolutely gorgeous. And Angela wants to read Lonesome Dove too. Yay. Can you read it in June? And hi to Matt from Bad. Hey, Swank. And big question, Annabelle is missing. Who would steal that doll? You are kidding, right, Bad? Someone actually stole Annabelle. Like, why would anybody do that? First of all, I don't want any dolls, much less the Annabelle doll. And I haven't even seen the Annabelle movie. I need to do a whole Conjuring franchise watch, because I've seen the Conjuring movies and I've seen the Lord Diorn. I cannot ever pronounce that name. And I think that's part of it. But I haven't seen The Nun and I haven't seen any of the Annabelle movies. And whatever, if there's any other Conjuring that came out after the fact. But I really would like to, even though that scares me. It's the type of trope that scares me a lot. So my June on the Range plan this year is True Grit. There's also a horror novel that came out a few years ago set in the Old West that I'm trying to get to, even though it's bending the rules. Ooh. I mean, rules are meant to be broken sometimes, Amberly. And phew, it's hot. 97, 65% humidity. That is hot. I'll be reading Dancing with the Wolves for June on the Range. Yay. And hello. Just checking in after work. Welcome. Nocturnal Nasties, for any of you Stephen King friends out there, she is doing a Stephen King project so that she can rank her Stephen King books. She's starting and reading them chronologically, like publication order, which I think is great. And of course, she'll be starting with Carrie. So I'm curious to see how her project goes and to see her ranking on that. Y'all know how much I love Stephen King. It sounds gross, Travis. Annabelle the doll. Oh. I don't know who saw the doll and went, what a tour for her would be so cool. I would not do it. I wouldn't even go see it. I wouldn't even want to look at the poster. Kat, have you visited the graves of Anne Rice or the Conjuring couple? No, I have not. But bad, I did attend a cocktail party at Anne Rice's house when she lived on St. Charles Avenue back in the day when I was in college. I went to a writers' conference and she hosted a cocktail party for everyone who attended. And I have met her twice. I had met her twice. Once, before I started reading Anne Rice, she came to UNO, University of New Orleans, where I went to college. And I brought a book in for her to sign for my mom. And then at the writers' conference, I had her sign a book for me. So, yeah. And Anne Rice had some very creepy dolls in a bedroom leading to her bathroom. And I was in there for by myself for a brief moment and just hoping the dolls would not get me. But yeah, I heard about that in Arkansas. I also heard about the reality couple that went to prison but got pardoned. And they never caught the 3 guys that robbed the armored car here. We are right on Interstate 95. Wow. I can't believe those guys got away. That to me is very surprising. And hello, Teresa. I am reading The Nurse's Secret right now. I'm also joining the middle grade March book club tonight. Love, Leva. Yay. So it'll be you, me, Angela, and Jen from Pages and Chaos. That'll be great. And I love hearing about people's other hobbies besides reading. Me too. And I just saw a dead beaver on the side of the road at a light, and I said, damn. And then I laughed because I unintentionally made a pun. Oh, Travis. Oh, poor beaver. Is there a real Annabelle in existence, or they mean the doll from the movie? There is supposed to be a real Annabelle. The people who are in The Conjuring are supposed to be real people, and they have a real Annabelle doll. That's what's so creepy. Oh, no. Watch party for the Conjuring movies. Haha. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? I'd have to convince Amy, Kelsey, or Andrew. And then we could do it in my Discord. But yeah, that would be fun. I've not seen them all. The first one freaked me out. But I think it would be interesting. I don't know. It might scar me. Who knows? There is an escaped sheep in my garden. My dog is chasing it. Geez, it's like the Mr. Bean movie in my house. We'll be back. Oh my goodness. And I'm in the process of getting rid of half my books. I should have done this before moving, but doing it now. I just have too many decision fatigue. Yes, decision fatigue is a thing. It makes you have analysis paralysis. I can read Lonesome Dove in June. I want to read True Grit 2. Who is hosting June on the Range? Michael K. Vaughan, I know is the creator. I'm not sure if he's the only host of June on the Range. That I don't know. But yeah, Michael K. Vaughan, and then Albert talked about what he's reading, but he did mention that it was nonfiction. So I don't know. I don't know if that matters to you. My thing is I'm going to do my own thing. But I haven't seen Michael's video this year yet. And that's cool about meeting Anne Rice in the cocktail party. It was very nice. Very, very nice. I loved it. Well, I don't know. I mean, I do feel pretty special for being able to do that. She was very, very wonderful. Very sweet person. Like, you would think that she would just be all this mysterious and everything, but just very sweet and just very gracious about talking about her writing process and everything when she was at the conference. Loved it. I'm not so surprised Anne Rice would have creepy dolls in her house. That is so cool. You went to her house? Yeah. And her house was beautiful. Her house was an older home. And I remember, because my husband couldn't go with me, I had to go by myself. And I remember telling my husband, I'm like, she has these big windows that are really like doors. Like they would like lift the window up, but it was like a doorway. I had never seen one of those before. So I was like, this is amazing to me. But yeah. And then her husband was an artist, so a lot of the paintings in the house were painted by her husband. So yeah, very cool. Well, I'm glad you like that. I heard about the creepy dolls. Anne Rice is true fascination character. Yeah, I haven't read all of her books, I'm ashamed to say, but I have many of them. I should do a year of Rice, a year of Anne Rice. Like I did my year of Christie and my summer of Poe. Oh, Trav. Right, Lewis? I'm jealous. Ed and Lorraine were real and had an occult museum for all the haunted possessed items, including Annabelle. She's a Raggedy Ann doll, though, not like the movie. I think they did the doll in the movie to be creepier than the Raggedy Ann doll. I have a Raggedy Ann doll, but her poor face is destroyed. I have a friend who collects clowns, and I will never go back. Yeah. I can't do clowns. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh, the Mr. Bean movie is hilarious. I agree. Isn't the real Annabelle? Yes, a Raggedy Ann doll. Hey, Stina, I'll pop in and out this evening trying to get my car loaded before it starts raining. Good luck with that. And for sure, bad. Gareth is hosting 2 for June on the Range, I think. Okay. I know some people have done announcement videos, but I'm not sure. I didn't know if they were like hosting or if they were just announcing what they were reading. I do know that Michael K. Vaughan, I believe, is the original creator. Would any of you touch the Annabelle doll for $1 million? No. If you know this, cat, but Anne Rice is my favorite author. I wish you might not have even been born, ED. You might have been a toddler. I was going to say, too bad we didn't know each other back in the day, because you could have been my date. Do I try to fit a 418-page book for a big book summer? We'll need to finish before 6/1. Do I try to fit a 418-page book for a big book summer? We'll need to finish before 6/1. I mean, you could try. I mean, you have till Sunday. Depends on what page. Well, this would be the book you're starting. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm with ED. Never. I would not do that for any amount of money. And hello, Jacqueline. I'll be listening to my NetGalley audio for The Enchanted Greenhouse by Sarah Beth Durst tonight. But we're on a tornado watch until 10. Ugh, that's awful. I'm so excited. I can't wait to hear what you think about The Enchanted Greenhouse, because Alex and I just read The Spell Shop for our book club, and we enjoyed it. and I really would like to read the second one. If I disappear from the chat, that could be the electric or internet gone out. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't have an issue. I'm just hearing rumbling. So I hope it just, but fun fact, when I did my Zombie-thon sprints the last time, Andrew and I were together and we were talking afterwards for about 15 minutes and my electricity went out, and it was a wonderful day. And they still have not told us why it went out. And it was out for about 3 hours. Craziness. I read a big chunk of Vampire Chronicles. Excellent. And I would too. Heck yeah. Nope. I love Interview with the Vampire, though I haven't read the other books in the series. Are they good? That's what I'm saying. I can't really say because I've only read Interview with the Vampire. Thought of reading through Anne Rice's books so many times, but it's such a time commitment. I've read a lot already, but it's been so long. Yeah, I find that Anne Rice, you have to spend the time with her. She's very descriptive and very literary in my mind. And I just find that for me, it takes a lot of concentration. So it would be one of those things, kind of like what I'm going to do with The Dark Tower this year for Stephen King. I am going to start this year, but I don't think I'll be able to finish the Dark Tower series before the end of the year. I want to take my time. And all I could think of was Stephen King's It. I would probably touch the doll for $1 million. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I think the TV show Horror Story Season 3 Coven took place in New Orleans. It did. And my acting coach was in it. He played a detective. You can finish it by 6/1. I would read 100 pages a day to finish it, but it would be finished. I would touch Annabelle for $1 million if I get possessed. I'm pretty sure the demon would be more scared in my brain. No, not going to do it. Hi, Jocelyn. You have a favorite. Travis, you are hilarious. The demon would be traumatized. Travatized. Ba-dum-bum. Oh, I'm back with food. What did you get? And I'm just reading the Vampire Chronicles trilogy. If I find the need to keep going, then so be it. Vampires are always welcome. And I've read a 2-book 9 or 10 of the Chronicles and love them. Haven't finished it. And Travis, you can hire an old priest and a young priest with that money. Hello, Christina. I'm 55% in right now, and I'm loving it just as much as the Spell Shop. Definitely on track for 5 stars. Yay. Good to hear. Good to hear. And Christina's here with our PSA. Remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you can hopefully get notified. And I'm going to stop right there because I need to let you know what's going on in my zombie book because we have to get to a sprint. I got to be time conscious today, guys. And then I'll have to get back to that. So let me tell you all what happened. So y'all voted for me to bypass Anthony instead of fighting him. He was the bouncer. So if anybody was not following along with this, I apologize. But so I decide I'm running. Anthony lunges as I'm running past out the door into the alley. I get to the street. I see a crashed taxi. I run towards it. I'm dodging zombies the whole time. I jump into the car. Zombies surround the car. However, I drop it in reverse. I hit the gas, and the zombies try to get, there's a waitress zombie that tries to get in through the window. So she's stuck in my back window. So I'm driving and I'm trying to increase my speed. And then I get close to a pole. I hit the pole, like the zombie hits the pole, cuts the zombie in half, and her torso is in the back seat. I keep driving and I'm heading for the bridge. I'm at 19th Street. Now, Jen at Pages and Chaos probably knows where this is because she lives in New York. I crashed because of a mass of zombies. My airbag breaks my nose. I'm stunned for a second. I realize I have to get out. The zombies are about to get me. I get out, I run down the street, I jump on top of a car and launch myself onto a fire escape ladder. So I get where I'm safe, I yank the ladder up, and then I faint. So then I wake up hours later. It's the next morning. The zombies are still below me because I was bleeding on them. I climb to the roof. I realize on the roof that I am on the roof of the Barnes and Nobles. So I'm like, oh, they have muffins and stuff. So I try to break the window with a cinder block. It bounces back. It lands on my foot, on my toe, breaks my toe. So I, am all upset about that. So I broke a nose, broken toe. I throw again and again, and finally the glass breaks, but there's a 20-foot drop. So I jump. My foot with the broken toe rolls and snaps. So I'm like in and out of consciousness. And then all of a sudden the building shakes. That jolts me out of my unconsciousness. I look out to Union Square and there's 2 tanks that have arrived, and they're like taking out the, blasting the zombies. It's like a true war zone, except like zombies are still running. They just don't have arms. Some of the zombies are still crawling or whatever. But I'm thinking if I can get down there when the military pulls out, then I could make my escape at that point. So I didn't have time to type this out, guys. So I need to know, should I head down to Union Square to try to escape with the military, or do I check out the Barnes and Nobles, get some food, and stay put? So put in the comments, Union Square or Barnes and Nobles. Let me know what I need to do. And I'm going to go through these really quickly. Christina says Coda. I don't know. I don't see Coda. I heard there was a very large power outage in New Orleans over the weekend. Yes, I heard about that on the radio, and they still don't know what caused it. I love how Kat keeps saying no. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. Hello, all. I'm finishing up work. I need to finish up the 2 zombie books I have going. Hope you can do it. Travis Possessed would be interested. No, Silly Butt Cheek cannot be possessed. It would not be good. Sushi, of course, seems to be my go-to on Wednesday. Nice. Y'all will laugh if you ever meet my husband. Like, we're polar opposites, because I don't think someone as crazy as I am could be duplicated in a relationship without the house burning down. Your hubby probably grounds you. And thanks, Amy. Maybe I should get to those. Giving away so many books, which will make room for ones I really want to read. Excellent. And my favorite is The Vampire Lestat, with Queen of the Dam being a close second. And who would be more crazy, Reagan or Travis? Reagan or Travis? And the film version of Queen of the Dam didn't do the book justice. At least it didn't to me. And Reagan got it from me. Oh, y'all was so silly. I was her teacher. Ridiculous. I'm not a fan of the Queen of the Dam movie. I am an Leah fan, and she was beautiful. But I am an Leah fan, and she's beautiful. Even told her to go by Ray, but she wouldn't listen. You're a very confident, possessed person, Travis. Hilarious. He is. You have a terrible time, and you're having a terrible time. Yes, ED, like I'm getting broken. What can I say? Kat, I've been putting my phone away at 7 for an hour to do all the important stuff with Luke and not having the distraction, and it's made a huge difference. It's like an intermission. Yay. Very good. I listened to Gretchen Rubin's podcast, and the guy who was on there, his happiness hack was that he does not look at his phone or anything with social media for the first 3 hours after waking up. And 3 hours before he goes to bed, he puts his phone down and he doesn't look at social media or the news. And he said it's made a huge difference in his life. Choose your own zombie adventure. Yes, I've been doing it on Zombie-thon, but I have to do it today because my last day that we're doing anything for Zombie-thon will be Saturday, and it's not going to be sprinting. We're going to be doing activities. Barnes and Nobles. Okay, so I got 1 Barnes and Nobles. Let's see. I got to get my B&N. And then my Union Square. Y'all got to weigh in, guys. I need to know what to do. So ED says Barnes and Nobles. Alea is beautiful. Barnes and Nobles, obviously. That Barnes and Nobles is my favorite. Yes, Kirsten's also in New York City. So Kirsten, you know what I'm talking about, these places. It's crazy. So I got another Barnes and Nobles, a Nutjellicle. I think that's going to win. I think it's going to win. Alicia says Union Square because military will have food and supplies and be able to fix you up. So we got one for Union Square, another for Barnes and Nobles. I think it's going to be Barnes and Nobles, guys. I have two more. Denise is like, can't pass up Barnes and Nobles. I'm just worried. How am I supposed to run with a broken toe, broken nose? I know you don't run with your nose, and a broken foot. I mean, I just don't know. That also says Barnes and Nobles. And Jen says, wait, I missed what was happening if you go to Union Square. I'll be meeting up with the military. Barnes and Noble, Strand Barnes and Nobles is great, but Strand is right around the corner from Union Square. The thing is I need to either stay put in Barnes and Nobles and rest and have some food, or I need to get to the military so that they can take me out of the war zone. That's what we're voting on. Not for me to like leisurely go and read a book. Reagan from, well, I was wondering if it was Reagan. Okay, from The Exorcist. I don't like The Exorcist either. My husband makes me stand in the corner a lot. Sorry, it was supposed to say Barnes and Nobles is great, but Strand is right around the corner. So are you voting for Barnes and Nobles? Okay, Kathy says Barnes and Nobles. I think it's going to be Barnes and Nobles. It's incredible and very true about social media. Barnes for sure. Oh, man, I'm going to be in the Barnes and Nobles. We'll see what happens because you know I could die. I vote for Union Square because you can get supplies and then go to the Strand, so best of both. She wants me to go bookshop in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. I would say Union Square because I love us as a community, but I don't know if we were mentally stable enough for a zombie apocalypse. Well, I'm going to put Union Square because you said it. I like to see someone try to run with their nose. Yeah. Well, I'm sure Travis could create a picture for, that would be kind of traumatizing. Reagan wasn't the first to do the head spinning trick. Ugh. What is the Amazing Readathon? Don't know. You can see what's happening with the military in Union Square from the Barnes and Cafe windows. That's what's happening. That's how I saw what was happening. I saw them taking out all the zombies. So I voted Barnes and Nobles because of coffee and books. Union Square would be a better option, I think. Okay, got that one. Still don't think it's going to win. Usually in movies, the military is not to be trusted or their camps get overrun. That's true. That's true. That happened in my zombie podcast I was listening to with Harper. Yes, I'll have the cafe and books and comfy couches. That's right. In a restroom. I could go clean myself up. Travis, do that extra sprint art, please. And the Amazing Readathon is a play on the Amazing Race show, but it is a readathon very similar to that. And what I missed it, running on your nose, because I said I had a broken nose, a broken toe, and a broken foot. But I know that my broken nose wouldn't prevent me from running. I know people don't run on their nose. So ED saying you could show a running nose. Would the creepy Elmo and Dora off-brown characters be zombies in Union Square? Exactly, Amy. Have you seen 28 Days Later, Kat? Yes, I know about 28 Days Later. The military's awful in that. Okay, I'm heading to Barnes & Nobles. Well, I'm staying in Barnes & Nobles. I'm not heading there. I'm going to check out the Barnes & Nobles, get some food, and stay put, and hope that there are no zombies in there, because, they could be in there roaming around. Okay, so is 45 minutes good for y'all? Because I also would like to try to eat. They created 28 Years Later movie. I know. That's why I need to watch the first two again. Look out. I'm inviting trauma. It's going to be your fault. Announcements on Bree's channel, 4 Paws, and a book. Thank you for that, Denise. And 45 is good. Excellent. So let's go ahead and get that started. Yay. Okay, there is our kitty cat. Trauma accepted. 45. Whoops. Trauma accepted. He repeated himself. I have to go chill with my niece and nephew. You guys have great sprints. Bye, Matt. Have fun with your niece and nephew. So hyped for Amazing Readathon I did last year, and so fun. I'm laughing at Travis. Happy sprinting, y'all. Hello. Welcome back. Hope everybody did well during that sprint. I ate dinner. We had shish kebabs the other day, so I had leftover shish kebabs. I also had Brussels sprouts left over from the crawfish boil. I had roasted them a little bit in the oven to get them a little crispier. So I put those with my shish kebabs and ate that, drinking my tea, and I read Can You Survive the Zombie Apocalypse? So I want to see what y'all did, and then I'll let you know how I did, if I'm still surviving or whatever is going on with that. And then also we'll do some Mad Libs so we can get that off to Travis to start. Alicia was kind enough to put in the link for the Amazing Readathon for anyone who is interested in that. Amy had a good time with it, so it might be something y'all might want to do in June. And so Jen says, one of my assignments I have was to post on the discussion board for class today is, what is your favorite children's book and why, and how do I choose? Well, I told her that is difficult. It is difficult to pinpoint your favorite. All the children's books that you read. But for me, it wouldn't be hard if they're talking about children's book, like just any children's book. If it was picture book, it would be hard. But my favorite is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So that would be easy for me. It's actually my favorite book of all time. So whether it's adult, children, whatever. What is the first one that comes to mind when you think children's book? Use that one. That was a good suggestion. And Jen said, I can't decide. As a kid, my mom read me Pokey Little Puppy over and over, but then I think about Frog and Toad or Goosebumps, and I love those as well. I think it would be the first assignment I fail. No, I mean, I'm sure you're not the only one in the class that this is a conundrum, because it's so hard to pinpoint just like one of something unless you do have an absolute favorite. Like, for example, the Little Prince. I mean, Little Prince is considered a children's book, isn't it? So you could count that. I know that is one of your favorite books. Or is there a particular series you think of? What about talking about all of them? And then Jamie popped in and said, jumping in, what is the book that taught you your love for reading? Don't know if I have a book that I can remember. Like, I always feel like I love to read ever since I was young. I don't know if it's because of my grandmother instilling that love of reading for me. I don't know. I mean, then Jocelyn had to step away. And Jamie saying, for instance, my 4th grade teacher read the Little House books to us, and I credit that for starting my love for books. Yeah, I think my love for The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe started in 5th grade. My teacher, Mrs. Thigpen, read that to us, and she would read every day to us, and I absolutely loved the story. I'm trying to get out. So, yeah, I could see that, but I had a love of reading before then. So I don't know. I can't pinpoint a particular book for me. And then as a young kid, Pokey Little Puppy, reading on my own. I loved reading Amelia Bedelia, The Babysitter's Club, and Goosebumps. I remember every book fair. Those were the 3 I always had to have. So I wonder if you could do your, like in stages, like you have a love for a group of books that were your favorite. You know, you started off with Pokey Little Puppy, and then you graduated to the Amelia Bedelia, Babysitter's Club, and Goosebumps. And maybe you could put something about each of those. The reason that they're your favorites is because they have some kind of a memory or relevance to your reading life. You know, maybe that's what it is. Do you need that to be water? Maybe Bailey's trying to decide if she's going out or not. Ann said, I just saw a news conference about the escaped prisoner in Arkansas. They have no idea where he went. Look, eating dinner and watching TV with husband, didn't get anything done yet. That's okay. You're enjoying time with your hubby and eating a good dinner. Decided not to go back for the big book. Worked on a puzzle instead. Well, I kind of don't blame you, Denise. If you're trying to, I mean, that's the thing. I'm not starting Big Book Summer. For me, doesn't officially start until June. And that's because I'm still trying to finish books for Zombie-Thon. I sorted through a big batch of photos that my mom had been saving for craft projects. Nice. I'm waiting on hubby to get home for my dinner, but I cleaned up my desk, book journaling, and picked June TBR. Fun. Hello, Jasmine. Just getting off work. Been working my way through Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. I hope you're enjoying it. I tossed my food containers, made an important post to Instagram, and did a load of laundry. I saw that you had an Instagram post for some kind of a summer readathon. I need to look into that. What is that about? I did my 20 minutes of cardio, trimmed some kitty claws, and started washing dishes. Very productive. And kudos to you for exercising. Ate dinner and looked over my Zombie-Thon bingo board for what I've got left. No reading yet. Yeah, I didn't read. I did read, but not out of the book I need to read, huh? Ate dinner, a veggie meatball sub, yum, and listened to some of book 13 in the Ice Planet Barbarian series. Fun. I love that name. Hopped in the shower that sprint. Look forward to starting my audiobook next sprint. Excellent. And yes, technically it is, but I read it in high school, not as a kid. So I didn't really think about it. Okay, so does it have to be a book that you read as a kid? Did I misunderstand the question? And read a chapter from Picnic at Hanging Rock for the Literary Love Book Club June selection. Fun. And I think Bread and Jam for Francis, that is a good one, was my first favorite book. I had a little physical copy with an audiobook version on a 45 record, so I could read it over and over all on my own. That's so sweet. I love that. I remember 45s. And Jen may ask what this assignment is for. Well, Jen can answer. I'll see if Jen answers. If not, I'll let you know. I've been cleaning the garage in preparation of having my water heater installed. I'm pooped. Now we'll read. We had to get the adulting out of the way first, huh, Swain? Pookie Little Puppy was a favorite, too. And my first memory of a book was the principal coming into my kindergarten class reading Stone Soup. In elementary school, it was James and the Giant Peach and the incredible illustrations. And are you doing any fun readathons this summer? I am doing Big Book Summer, which is all summer long, and Summer Book Bingo, which is all summer long. Tiffany at Beautiful Minutia is hosting Big Summer Book Bingo. And Sue Jackson is hosting Big Book Summer. I'm also going to read a Western for June on the Range, even though it's probably not going to set whatever prompt they have. I think it's supposed to be nonfiction. I haven't watched Michael K. Vaughan's announcement video yet. I just happened to watch Albert's, which I did finish also. I watched the rest of his and left a comment. I'm doing Jallo July, which is going to be hosted by Alex at the Bookubus. Summerween in July, which is hosted by Gabby at Gabby Reads. And then Jane Austen July, which there's a group that hosts that. And then Garb August in August. But yeah, those are my plans for the summer. And it will soon be time to leave for church, but it's stormy here in West Central Louisiana. Yeah, it was like that here, Jamie, but it seems like it's passed. It's still kind of like it's not sunny again out like it did yesterday, but be careful if you're going, to leave for church. Be careful because the weather is supposed to be terrible. And happy Wednesday, Leslie. Woot woot. I cleaned my desk and shelves, also filmed another video. Very nice. And I finished your video. You have two good picks. I mean, I haven't read either one of those books, but they sound good. That's what I should say. That is what I should say. I don't know if Jen answered. Oh, yeah, she did. Okay, this is to you, Jamie. I went back to school for library and information science to become a school librarian. Yep, she's going to be a future librarian. Cameron, woot woot. I went to the grocery after work, got home and had a tuna Sammy. Yum. Now I'm sipping a kombucha. and relaxing for a bit before I get working. I need to clean house and write. I like that. I was thinking about you today, Cameron. No, yesterday. Because I thought, if I can't have a brick and mortar bookstore, maybe I should have like a little bookstore on wheels. And I thought about you. I'm like, you drive the bookmobile for the library. Why couldn't I have my little bookmobile for like my little bookstore? I think it would be fun. Of course, I don't know if I could drive a big old thing, but I think it would be fun. Anyway, my oldest son didn't think it was a great idea. Angela made a patty melt with Swiss and caramelized onions on rye, chips, and a dill pickle. Yum. So good. So stuffed. And read 2 chapters. Excellent. Yeah, I contemplated creating event back in December and worked on developing it for the past few months. So I released the Summer Spooks reading event announcement today. So this is something you're hosting, Edie, right? I'm excited, but also very, very nervous. I'm going to check out what you're doing. I might have to, some of the books I might be reading might count for it. See, she just said children's book, not necessarily book you read as a child, so unsure. Okay, so if she said a children's book, and also I think you need to get that clarified, because sometimes when people say children's book, sometimes they think about like picture books or lower elementary grade books, kind of like your Amelia Bedelia's and your Frog and Toad, in your picture book. So I wonder about clarifying that. But if they just mean children's literature, the big umbrella, The Little Prince would work for that. And if she didn't say that you had to read it as a child, then I would go with your favorite children's book, which you said was The Little Prince. I was going to attempt to hang a curtain rod using a drill, but I have no idea what I'm doing, so I'm going to not do that. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to do that either. Librarians are amazing, and we need more of them. That is true. I agree. I hope I can do the role justice. You will. You'll be awesome. I tell Andrew all the time that when he goes back for his master's, that he and I should work on our master's together in library science. I think that would be fun. I mean, I don't know how much fun I'll be having, but I mean, as far as having to write papers and do stuff, but I think it would be fun to do it with Andrew. Oh, whoops. Why did that go away? And Jamie said, I thought that sounded like a library science assignment. I have that added to my teaching certificate. However, our parish has basically done away with librarians. That is so sad, Jamie. I can't believe that. That was awful. But kudos for you for having your assignment. You could absolutely have the certification. You could absolutely have a mobile bookstore, and it would be awesome. You see, I thought that would be a great thing too. And I could even have my bookmobile have like maybe some gently used books as well as, like some newer things. And then if people wanted to order something, I could order it for the bookmobile. I mean, I don't know. I think it would be fun. Hello, Alicia. Yeah, woot woot. I was just talking about you in the first sprint. Are you still interested in reading Lonesome Dove in June? And thank you to Denise. I stepped away and just saw this. I will check out Four Paws and a book. I was a junior high librarian for 6 years. Then I went back in the classroom full-time as a high school English teacher. Awesome. Jacqueline, who's with us, is also a high school English teacher. Jen teaches high school, but she teaches history and psychology. And thank you for the link to Alicia from Teresa and Built-in Study Buddy. And that is sad. Yes, that is the plan. I have 2 certifications already, and why not add a 3rd? I think you're going to be a fantastic librarian. I wish my town had a bookmobile. No, wouldn't it be fun? The book that got me into reading is out of print. It's called Sugar Plum, about the adventures of a tiny doll. Wow. I have never heard of it. Sugar Plum. I bet you it's one of those books that's hard to find now. I'm still down for Lonesome Dove in June. Good. I'll go ahead and put a channel in the Discord and kind of like figure out if we want to do a schedule or if we want to just, because I know like Stormy, Carmen, and I, we try to get to a certain point and then we say what we want to say and kind of make sure we keep the spoilers. But I don't know if y'all want to read it that way or just read at your own pace. I was thinking, Alicia, of doing, it's 3 parts. I was thinking first part could be like the first week. Then the second part could be weeks 2 and 3. And then the last part could be the 4th week of June. I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. Woot woot for high school English teachers and hallelujah for summer break. Yay. And I'm glad you're still here, Jacqueline. That means that you still have internet and electricity. Yes. Thank you, Jesus. Okay, so let me tell y'all what happened with this book, and then we'll do Mad Libs. So, I gotta get this out. Okay, so I stayed in Barnes and Nobles. I limped to the escalator and rode down. I explored everything downstairs carefully, and it was empty, so everybody must have left. I returned to the top floor. I flip the switch at the top of the escalator so that they're both going down and I don't get any surprises from zombies in case they are like roaming around and I didn't see them. Then I decide to go eat food, lots of it. I don't think about rationing it because I'm just so hungry. It makes me tired. I can still hear the battling between the military and the zombies outside. So I find a spot farthest corner of the store and I go to sleep. But when I wake up, it's dusk. I wake up, I look out the windows, and the zombies have won. So it's a good thing I didn't go out there because there are now like 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. The tanks are still there, but there's no military men. So I'm glad I stayed. I go back downstairs. I explore some more. I pick up a few items. Before I bring the items back upstairs, I overturn some tables and push it against the doors and make sure the revolving door is locked. I go back upstairs. I set up my little area like it's a little bedroom. And then on the 3rd day, I decide I want to start reading some books. So I go walk around the Barnes and Nobles and I spot a display of undead summer books. So here are some of the titles that were on this table. World War Z by Max Brooks, Patient Zero by Jonathan Mayberry, Day by Day Armageddon by J.L. Bourne, Hater by David Moody, The New Dead by a whole bunch of authors, and The Walking Dead, a set of beautiful looking graphic novels. So out of all of those books, I've only read World War Z. So I might have to put that list in our Discord. And then there were some other books that I found that were more helpful than the other ones. And that is The Zombie Survival Guide by Max Brooks, which I have read, and then Zombie Combat Manual by Roger Ma. So I decide to grab one of each of those guides, and I read those for days, just soaking in everything I can. The power goes out. I have a little book light, I'm in Barnes and Nobles. I can put that on the spine. I'm like getting all the information, what weapons are going to be good, how I'm going to defend, my home, which is the bookstore. So it's perfect. And by the time my foot heals, I'll be prepared to do battle with the bloodthirsty army of dead that awaits me. And that's the end. So I'm still alive. I survived up to that point. So anyway, I'm so glad I finished my 2 tracks. First time I died, I'm still alive. So I'm not going to do another path again because we just don't have time. Bailey's right there by the door. So anyway, that's where I am with that. So Then Alicia says, breaking it in 3 parts sounds good to me. I'm open for whatevs. Good evening, Tina. The storm is just arriving, thunder and rain so far. And it's a herd. Yes. And officially off work, I'll be working on 2 reads, The Resurrectionist and Inkheart. I love Inkheart. I love that whole trilogy, Jamie. So good. Love, love, love. And yay, I knew Barnes & Nobles was a good call. Yep. Nice. Bookstore for the win. Yep. And bookstore saving the day. So I will put this book to the side and probably pull it out next May and, do it again. Because like I had mentioned once before, there is hours of bone-crunching zombie action with 100 paths and 50 endings to choose from. So I'll have lots of time with it. Angela also loves Inkheart. Yeah, it is a great trilogy. And with the last one, of course, being the darkest one, which is Ink Death. So, yeah, I hope you love them. I don't know if you've read it before and that this is a reread or not. But, yeah, Inkheart's one of my favorite, I guess, middle grade YA books. And hello, Jamie. Going to try to find a new book to read. Had a bad day, so trying to find something lighthearted. Ooh, I hope we can switch that mood around for you and, yeah, read something for fun. Something that'll get your mind off of that bad day. Because nothing is worse than having a bad day. First time reading it and enjoying it. Yay! Love, love, love that. Okay, so today we have our Mad Libs, and we're going to start off with an adjective. Anybody have an adjective for me? Especially my English teachers out there. I don't know all about these adjectives. Adjective. Of course, I need more than just one. Ooh, Heidi's in here with smelly. Okay. And Travis says dirty. And Anne says red. Let me see if there's any color specifically. No. Okay. Skeleton. What's skeleton? Is that a word? Skeletal. I'm like, I've never heard of skeleton. Okay. Skeletal. Let's go back. Sparkly. I have it seems like a million adjectives. Spooky. Furry. Okay, let me make sure I didn't skip any. Okay, now I need noun. I also had flaky and damp. So I need a noun. And if I need to make it pluralized, I will, because we do need nouns and plural nouns. Okay, a spine. Ooh. That is not an image. Carrot. I'm going to have to change that to carrots. ED said a cat. I don't have any animals. Let's see. Okay. It's going to be some interesting art. A porcupine. Okay, I'm going to have to change porcupine to porcupines because I need a plural noun next. And then she gives me books. I'm going to put books down here since that is plural. Heidi has a car. Alicia Yo specific with a taco shell. And then we have another car and then a box. Okay, I think we got all the nouns. And then Anne had said weather. Okay, so I only have one blank for these next three objects. I need a last name, an adverb, and a letter of the alphabet. So grimy is that grimy that is the last name? Or are you doing an adjective? Are you behind the times? Price, as in Vincent Price. Okay. Ooh, vigorously. Okay. We had Jamie's last name. M for the letter of the alphabet. Oh, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. That was not even planned. Okay. That was not even planned. Oh, yes, Beaufort for a last name. I was thinking Beaumont at first when I saw it. Smith Q. Mulder. Yes, Fox Mulder. I love Fox Mulder. Albert, are you an X-Files fan? Because I absolutely adore the X-Files. Favorite show? Kardashians and X. I would love to run a bookmobile. How fun would that be? It would be wonderful, Teresa. Just think about it. Like if they have food trucks, why couldn't you have a bookstore on wheels? Go to little things and people could come in and you'd have little bookmarks and stuff. I think it would be wonderful. Just lovely. And that would be very fun. Okay, so we're going to go on another sprint. Is 45 minutes good for y'all? And then when we come back, I'll read the Mad Libs, and then we will go on to our next one. What says y'all? Y'all like that idea, 45? Toad. Kaylin, you must need to refresh. Our parish library has a bookmobile. Well, Cameron drives the bookmobile for his library, and my son Andrew applied to do the bookmobile job, but he didn't end up getting it. He ended up getting it at the main library, which was amazing. And now he's at LSU in the Special Collections Library. Perfect. To 45. Indeed, I am. I DVR'd some new episodes. Yay, Albert. I love the X-Files. I want to do a whole rewatch. My husband and I are supposed to do a whole rewatch. I used to love the library's bookmobile when I was a kid. I never saw the bookmobile, ever. I didn't even know that there was a bookmobile until I met Cameron. So he introduced me to that. Okay, 45. A friend makes the joke, if the government shuts down libraries, they come into my house. Because you have a library at your house. Okay, let's do 45. You just have to be okay, Anne, with lending your books out. That would be what would be hard. Okay. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello. We're back. What'd you do? I took my dogs out. Bailey would not go out in the backyard, so I had to put her on the leash and take her out in the front yard. But she did go to the potting, which was a good thing. And then I came back. I watched Edie's announcement video, which I did not put this down, but Edie's Summer Spooks event is taking place from July 20th through August the 2nd. The link is in the chat. And it's 5 prompts. 3 of them are book prompts. 1 of them is a movie prompt, and 1 is an activity prompt. So it's going to be fun. And I am planning on participating because it's going to be at the end of July. So I'll have Summerween at the beginning and then Edie's event at the end. So that'd be great. And then I did read. I almost made it to chapter 4. I'm a page away. So page 29, and liking it a lot. She has no idea what is going on, and she has been hired by the coroner to help down at the morgue. Okay, the exact name of the place she's at, let's see, is St. Edward's Parish Coroner's Office. So she's been hired to drive the van and bring the bodies back to the morgue, but then she finds out when she's being taken on the tour by Nick, who's a pre-med student, that she'll also be assisting in the autopsies. And of course she's freaking out because she didn't even finish high school. Because of biology, she ran out because she couldn't handle dissecting a frog. So she doesn't know how this is going to work out. But surprise, surprise, she's able to handle the autopsy, and she is not quite understanding why. And she's starting to have like different reactions to things that she's seeing, particularly like to brains. But anyway, liking it. Just really wonderful character. A lot of fun, I guess you would say. Anne said, Anne talked about if the government shuts down libraries, that they were going to go to her house. Jamie says, I follow a girl on YouTube who has a little book truck bookshop. Oh my goodness. And here I thought I was like being creative with my own little bookshop. I have to look that up. I just think it'd be a lot of fun. And we've only had one with our public library for the past 6 or 7 years. I'm not sure if Tangipahoa has a bookmobile. I know East Baton Rouge does, and the only reason I know that is because Andrew applied for it. And Kaylin says, I'm behind, womp womp. They would have to leave a security deposit of the cost to replace the book. Gotcha. That would make very good sense. Kathy popped in and said 45 was good for her. This is Edie's announcement video. It's not very long. It's at the end of July. Like I said, July 20th through August 2nd. I would check it out if you want to participate in a little summer readathon. And he said you can participate 1 week or you could participate both weeks. And you can combine the prompts. It's nice. And Lucy's here. Hello, Lucy. I'm reading Private Justice by Terry Blackstock. You were reading a Terry Blackstock the other night on your sprints. I have 64 pages left, so I'm hoping I can finish it tonight. Was this the same book that you were reading or the next book in the series? I'll be here for a bit. Sprints my channel in about an hour. Anne says, I'm starting to get a headache, so I'm going upstairs, leaving this on. Oh, I hope you feel better, Anne. You're having a rough time. Black eye, funky weather, and now a headache. Hello, Carmen, my reading buddy. Just jumping in. And Alicia said dinner is ready. Be back soon. Hot dogs and potato salad. Alicia, that sounds good. It sounds delicious. I love hot dogs. And potato salad is good too. Believe it or not, Walmart makes a good potato salad. It's deviled egg potato salad. Very good. And Kirsten had some salad for dinner and started listening to Mimi Gets a Clue and made it to 7%. Is it too soon to say if you like it or not, Kirsten? And then I read the next issue in my Dark Shadows comic. Fun. and started reading a short novel called The Cafe with No Name. It's translated from German. I hope you're enjoying it. And Denise said on page 25. Jamie made it to page 189 in The Resurrectionist. Amazing. And Albus had just finished an audiobook autobiography of sportscaster Jim Lampley. He's most known for HBO boxing. Fun. I haven't read a biography or an autobiography in a long time. And Travis worked on some TBR stuff and chilled with my cats. Oh, chilling with the cats. I finished Leave at Last. Yay. I hope you liked it, Jen. I hope you liked it. I loved it. I thought it was sweet, although the parents are awful. The parents, I had to keep telling myself, the book is not about the parents. The book is about Leva because they annoyed me so much. If anybody has ever seen Matilda, I know I've said this before, if anybody has seen Matilda, I've never read Matilda, but I've seen the movie. Matilda's parents were awful. But the parents, Leva's parents, are like worse than Matilda's parents, in my opinion. Lucy read 15 pages, came in mid-sprint. Nice. Sounds fun. And got a good bit more into my book. Have about an hour and a half left in the audiobook. Not bad at all. If I can type. I knew what you meant. Yes, of course. I'm so excited. I happened to see it on Instagram. And it's weird. Whenever you try to follow a link on Instagram, like for me, for some reason, I can't comment unless I sign in. So I ended up having to go to my iPad so that way I could like your video and then comment on it. So, yeah, I'm excited for you, ED. This is like your first event. And I know you said you're a little bit nervous about it, but I would not be nervous. I'd be excited. Very happy for you. And I sent you some videos on Instagram showing how two sisters turned a pull-along trailer into a mobile bookshop. Here I was thinking I was having like this like really big idea. Okay, well, I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check it out because I want to see what they do. Because I'm going to tell you, we don't have that here. We don't have like a mobile bookshop. And we only have really one bookshop that's like what you would consider like mom and pop bookshop. And it really doesn't sell a lot of books. It sells more gift items. Of course, we have Books A Million, which I'm very appreciative we have that in our area. Heading out the door. Thanks for sprints. Bye, Eleanor. It's good seeing you. And yes, it's the same book. And just started a new book, The Summer of Yes. Ooh. I want to say yes to summer. I love summer except for the heat. Otherwise, I love the whole idea of summer. Eating leftovers, s'mores dessert, which looked delicious. And what does everyone prefer on their hot dogs? Good question, Lucy. This is how I make my hot dog now. I get my bun. I put my mustard first. Then I put my hot dog. And then I put chili on top. Sometimes I'll put cheese, but I'm not supposed to have dairy anymore. So it will be just with the mustard, the hot dog, and the chili. But I used to sometimes put that on there. But I love them. So good. I just like ketchup on mine. And 7% into Mimi Gets a Clue. So far, I'm liking it. Yay. Yay. I mean, that's not really far into it, but that's good. That's kind of like me with this book. I read the first chapter and I was hooked. I'm like, I got to know more about this girl, Angel. And her circumstances are so bizarre that how she ends up in the hospital that I'm like, I have got to figure out what's going to go on. And Kathy said, I got a phone call from my son during that sprint. So that made my day. Yay for phone calls from sons. I love that. And Giant Grocery has good macaroni salad. Nice. And read another 2 chapters and turned the heat back on. Ooh. And as we are needing air conditioning over here. I love chili dogs with onion. Ketchup and mustard or chili and cheese? Ooh, Lucy, that's a combination. I do love chili and cheese. That combination too. My husband and I sometimes will have like chili cheese fries. So I'm gonna have to eat that every once. We don't eat it all the time, but it's one of our go-to quick meals. My husband will put the fries in the air fryer, and then of course he'll grate some cheese, and we usually use Hormel chili. I mean, that might not be everybody's favorite chili, but I kind of like it, and I love that combo. The best chili and cheese combo with fries to me is Bud's Broiler. Mooyah used to have it, but then they discontinued carrying it. But anyway, yeah, that is good. Good. I enjoyed it, but I feel like it was too much of Matilda retelling, and I'm not sure it was meant to be. Aww. Well, I haven't ever read Matilda, so I mean, it kind of reminded me like the parents in Leva, but the story of her answering that question, what are people for, and then her meeting the individual people, I found all of that interesting to me. But I really loved it, and I loved just the relationship she had at the library with the librarian and the librarian's nephew. I just thought that was like a sweet story. And then it's like some of the people that she met along the way and how she developed relationships with them and how they changed because of Leva's personality. I guess that's what I loved about it. I just discovered that Audible has X-File novels included with the subscription. Woo! I don't have Audible. I rely on Libby and Cloud Library, but I do have some X-Files books, Albert. I do have like these little short novelizations. My friends, Elizabeth at Elizabeth Sagewood and my bestie Kelsey at Slime and Slashers both have gotten me these. I haven't read them yet, but that's one of the things I want to do when I'm doing my rewatch of the X-Files. I watched the first 4 episodes during Old School April, and my husband was like, oh, I'd like to rewatch that. And I'm like, okay, because I was planning on doing the full 2 seasons. And I'm like, well, it would be better for me to rewatch the 4 with him than 48. So I stopped, and we're going to hopefully try to do that during starting the summer. It'll be like longer than the rest of the year. But I also do have a couple of other novels. In fact, I picked one up from the Friends of the Library. So when I go on the sprint, I'll grab them and I'll show them to you if you're still here. Anne says, chili, mustard, and onions. Yum. I want chili dogs now. Yep. That weird that it does that, and I'm not sure how it will go, but we'll see. No, yeah, about the link. I know. You would think because I have my YouTube, like I can pull YouTube up, like the app or whatever, when I'm on my phone. So you would think it would automatically go to that, but it doesn't. I think it's going to be great. Tina, is that Courtney Walsh asking about the book you're reading? And dairy-free twins. Yeah, it's one of my triggers. I really need to eliminate everything that's on my trigger list and then be off of it like 6 to 8 weeks. Like I need to make a concerted effort to do this because it is possible that something on my trigger list is causing my inflammation in my hands. So I have to do it. I'm going to have to just cold turkey. And I haven't been eating a lot of dairy, but, I do sneak it in here or there. And that's going to be what's going to be hard. But, yeah, I got to do it and see if I can reintroduce any of them after 6 to 8 weeks. We'll see. I like mustard and sprouts on my hot dog. Never heard of sprouts on a hot dog. I like mustard on my hot dog, occasionally relish too. I like my hot dog with chili, cheese, mustard, and relish. Just had that on Memorial Day. Yum. I'm originally from North Carolina, so it's mustard, onions, chili, slaw, always. I've never heard of slaw. So sprouts and slaw, that's new to me. Mustard, onion, and kraut, if available. I didn't know about the kraut either. And my favorite hot dog has ketchup, sliced pickled jalapenos. Never heard of that. Grilled onions, add chunks of Polish dill pickle. Wow. Yours sounds rather fancy, Zach. So excited for corn on the cob. I read a book back in February called Rosie's Travel and Tea Shop, and there was a travel and bookshop in it also. Just think it would be so fun. Yellow mustard only on my dog. And I love a good Chicago dog. We have Lucky, like it's Lucky Dogs. And you can get them like at baseball games. And then like at UNO, they had a Lucky Dog cart. Like a little guy. And I used to get a Lucky Dog hot dog at least once a week when I was on campus. And Andrew told me LSU has one. So I'm like, oh, we need to go. Fries with chili cheese and bacon bits. I've never heard of bacon bits. The Follow Your Heart brand has a good dairy-free cheese shreds. Oh, I have to write that down. Follow Your Heart. Check that out. Follow Your Heart. See if I can find that in my store. My favorite canned chili is wolf chili. I like to pretend it's made by wolves for wolves. I used the leftover chili and cheese on tater tots for dinner tonight. Topped it with sour cream. Yum, Denise. Yes, I love that so much. Talking about Leva. Chow brand is my fave, but it's spendy. Y'all, do y'all say spendy or pricey? I just say it's expensive. Or yeah, I don't say spendy or pricey. I just say it's expensive. I feel like the next sprint will be a dinner sprint. And to Lucy, I would say pricey. Hi, Matt, you're back. How was playing with your niece and nephew? And yes, it's Courtney Walsh. This is to Lucy. It's my first book by her. Have you read her before? And welcome back to Matt. Kirsten said, well, now I want vegan chili dogs. If only Trader Joe's wasn't 14 blocks away. And I do like kraut and ketchup. I like mustard and coleslaw on my hot dog too. I thought it was a New York thing. And how is the beautiful Travis? And the full North Carolina way is to make it the red hot dogs too. Really? Really? Well, growing up, we never had red hot dogs. And when I didn't even know that they existed until I went to until I went to my friend Shelly's house. And I was like, I just thought that was interesting. I mean, they didn't taste bad, but I was just like, I had never seen them before. I mean, I was in grammar school. Kraut is very good for your gut. We had a German friend who starts every day with a fork full of kraut for her gut health. Ooh. No, my gosh, I think I meant sauerkraut, not sprouts. Kaylin, if I would say beautiful, but I'm good. Just very tired. School and work is killing me. But he's crushing both. Let's just be clear on that. Got to page 232 and Wake Up Nat and Darcy by Kate Cochran. And I'm enjoying it, but it's my second romance ebook this month. That's almost 400 pages that I didn't realize was that long. Well, you're reading for Big Book Summer. And that's interesting about the kraut. I just can't go for kraut. Yeah. Of course, you're beautiful, Travis. Y'all all extremely beautiful. I love mac and cheese on my hot dogs, really. And there's a food truck here called Zombie Dogs that has an amazing gourmet mac and cheese dog. Oh my gosh. I would love that. I love the fact that it's called a zombie dog. I need to have one of those. And that's interesting about kraut. I just don't do kraut. Are you repeating your stuff? I know this has nothing to do with your problem, Kat, but I was getting swollen knuckles with severe pain, and I found out I had cysts on my knuckles that grew when I ate too much asparagus, the acid. So is that because of gout that had it, because I had a test for the uric acid, and all my blood tests came back good. Even though my doctor would like for me still to see a rheumatologist because of the inflammation. He says it's the inflammation, and my OT is saying the same thing. She can see it. She can see how swollen my hands are. And I've been wearing the compression gloves at night, but I think the inflammation is contributing to the trigger fingers, but I've got to get the inflammation under control, because all it's going to do is cause my other fingers to have that issue. And I have a feeling that if I don't get in to see somebody to like do further testing, or if I can't solve this inflammation issue, I do know I'm probably going to end up having to have shots, because the therapy is not helping as far as like getting rid of the issue, which we knew that going in. But I appreciate you telling me that, Teresa. But I have the tendons are inflamed. You can feel them in the areas. So it's aggravating. And yes, I've read it before, and I love her, Tina. I like kraut on my dogs too, but I don't like sauerkraut on its own. It's probably the combination, like maybe the combination and the texture. You can have a good combo with the texture of it, and then maybe the taste going together. It's like sweet and salty kind of thing, maybe. I mean, although a hot dog's not sweet. It has been so fun chatting with everyone. I got to go set up for sprints. I'll try to pop in and say hi. God bless your reading. Bye, Lucy. I'll have to put Lucy's link in. And awesome. What are some of your favorites? Lucy's leaving. And bye, Lucy from Cameron. See you later, Lucy from Tina. My knuckle swell gout. Yeah, we tested for that, because that was my first thought, was that maybe that's what it was. I thought I deleted the first one and redid it. I would say the holidays. Oh, Lucy didn't go exactly yet. To Tina, I would say the Holidays with Heart series is my favorite series by her. Cherries are good for inflammation. Good to know. And you would love Zombie Dogs, Cat. If I find one this summer, I'll take a picture of the truck. Please do. I would love to see that. And to ED, the comments only delete on YouTube chat. They will still show up for Cat and StreamYard. Good to know, Amy. I didn't know that. I'll probably ruin it for everyone, but I begin with mayo on my hot dog buns. No, I've heard of people put mayo on their hot dogs. And I'm a mayo person, but for some reason I don't like it on my hot dog. Thank you. I will check that out, Lucy. I eat mayo on my hot dog too, Angela. And my brother breaks out in a rash when he eats strawberries. Yikes. Played zombies with the nephew and painted a little dragon statue with my niece. Now it's time to finish my painting. Excellent. 250 pages in is my ideal length for a romance for me in most cases. Most don't need to be over that. And no to gout, but they did an MRI and I had a huge ganglion cyst under the knuckles. I think that is what they are called. I've heard of ganglion cysts. Sometimes people get them on their wrists or like on top. And somebody told me one time that she took a book and hit hers so that it would go away. I'm like, I don't think I'd want to do that. I just finished supper. Now going to read, I hope, Memories of the Lost by Barbara O'Neill. I hope you get to read. I think I may have trigger finger. Lately, my finger locks up and it's painful. Having it fairly often lately. That's trigger finger, Kaylin. Because that's what happened with my thumb. I pressed my hand on my bed and it locked and it was excruciating. I popped it back in. I thought my thumb had popped out of socket. But what it is you have pulleys and your tendon is inflamed. And what happens is your tendon gets stuck and the pulley won't move. And so that's what it is. It's locked. Mine are clicking. Like my thumb right now is clicking. I don't know if y'all can see the click in action. I don't know. I can feel it. My knuckle right here, I can bend, but that's as far as I can go. It's not clicking right now, but yeah, and then my hands just ache. It's like just an achy feeling. To Cameron, mac and cheese. Yes. Do y'all ever put sliced hot dogs in your mac and cheese? I can't have traditional mac and cheese anymore because of dairy allergy, but It's so nostalgic. And okay, thank you, Amy. Bye for real this time. Bye, Lucy. Brats are good with kraut. I've heard of that. Bye to Lucy. Ganglion cyst. I knew what you meant. Fried egg, spinach, and onion is good on hot dog. Ooh. And that's weird. I just watched a TikTok today of someone hitting their cyst with a book. Yeah. When my youngest son played guitar, he played guitar when he was younger in high school. And I think it was, or maybe not. It wasn't, well, I think he developed one then, but then he also developed one when he was playing baseball. And that's what somebody even told him. Just take a book and like a textbook and pop it. And we were like, no, we're not going to do that. And yes, Travis, mayo for the win. It's weird. Mine gets locked and pain builds in my arm like a pulled muscle. It can go all the way up. It's a terrible feeling. I'm listening to Batman 89 vinyl. I don't care who says what, it's great. I feel like it was mentioned the other day. And my mom put Spam in mac and cheese. And I got to call it a night. Happy reading. Bye, Albert. See you later, my friend. Okay, let's go ahead and read Mad Libs, and then we need to do our last sprint. I don't know if we're going to have time to do sprint art. Show sprint art. Travis. Hi, I'm from Wisconsin. It's funny to hear you say brat cat. Rhyming with cat. It's absolutely like brat. You know I can't pronounce. Okay, here it is. Our Mad Libs is called Family Rock Band. I don't come from your average smelly family. That's because we're all part of the Price family rock band and we lead a very dirty life. For example, by not shaving his spine every morning, my dad saves enough time to practice the red drums. My brother doesn't participate in extracurricular carrots at school because he plays the electric cat. My skeletal sister doesn't have time to date porcupines because she sings lead vocals and practices for 4 or 5 hours every car. And when I'm not writing our sparkly songs, I'm tickling the books on the keyboard. So I don't have any free time either. Finally, Mom is our spooky manager. She books our band to play at weddings, furry 16s, and taco shell mitzvahs. Maybe someday, if we practice vigorously enough, we'll get to make a music video for MTV and play sold out shows at Madison Square Box. And that came from the Rock and Roll Mad Libs from 2010. So there you have it. Family Rock Band. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's see what everybody had to say about that. I'm from, okay, we read that one. We could do a shorter sprint and do a speed round. A speed round. And yes. Oh, a speed round of sprint art. You got to be fast, though. I put ham cubes in mac and cheese, and I love it. I've heard of that. Red drums. No furry 16s. And one should not neglect the shaving of the spine fur. It was wild. It was weird. I like to see some of these. My skeletal sister, for one, without dating porcupines. Oh my gosh, saving your spine. Haha, I'll just limit the amount I make and just pick the best. Okay, sounds good. Okay, so it's 6:51. I will send it to you right after I get through that. So skeletal sister dating porcupines. Okay, 6:52. So let's see. I can make it till 7:30, and then we could do, I'll be finished by 8. Okay, I like to be finished by 7:30, but we could sprint until 7:30. So help me with the time, guys. That would be I'm not good with mental math. That's 36 minutes, right? Would that be about 36 minutes? 52 or 38 minutes? Oh, shoot. Why did it do that? Oh, 38. Yes, let's change it to 38 minutes. Okay, it's ticking. Yeah, I'm going to do 38 minutes. I know, so specific. But I want to be able to come back by 7:30. I know, it's a bummer that the book club meeting is on the same day as our sprints. Okay, so let me put last sprint and mute myself. Hello. Just looking to see what Bailey had over there in the corner. Okay, that was our last sprint of the evening. So let us see what everybody was up to. I read another chapter. I was updating Instagram, Zombiethon Instagram, also looking at Discord, looking at pictures that Travis did for Sprint Art, just trying to keep ahead of the game with the Zombiethon Discord and my Discord. Lots going on. And made it to chapter 5. I feel so sorry for Angel. That's all I'm going to say, because you, the reader, know what's going on. But there's this part in here that I'm like, I'm going to have to verify this because surely is not true. And maybe those of you that know anything about like autopsies and forensics, I've got to look it up to see. But she even says she doesn't know if this guy Nick is pulling her leg. But when they finished the autopsy, Angel got a crash course on how to sew a body back up, which she thought was nasty. And even nastier, she learned that organs taken out during autopsy didn't get put back in before the body was sewn up. Instead, they were put in a big plastic bag and were sent to the funeral home in the body bag, where they then be put in the casket between the legs of the dead guy, all covered with a pretty blanket so that no one at the funeral would know the bag was there. At least that's what Nick told me, but she wasn't completely sure. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right to me. So I am going to look that up. I don't know if anybody knows. I could see if they put everything in the body bag and put it back into the body and then sewed the body. That would make sense to me. So I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm going to have to go and look that up because I'm curious. Anyway, still liking it, and I'm just intrigued to find out what's going to happen. What's going to happen next? So Teresa ended up leaving, and she's getting herself ready for middle grade March. So I'll see her there. I did want to just let anybody know who wants more sprints. You might want to check out Nell's sprints. Nell is sprinting right now. That's a link to her channel. I usually, when I pop off of here and I'm doing like my admin tasks for my channel, I'll pop on to Nell's sprints. And usually she'll, I'll be on there for about an hour with her. She's awesome. And then Lucy is also sprinting. And so you might want to check out Lucy's sprints if you're looking for any sprints later once I'm off. Swank also left us. And Amber said, didn't finish my book, but I'm so close to the end. But you might finish by the end of the evening before you go to bed. And Travis said, I worked on more of TBR stuff for my book club. I don't know if you saw my message about the running nose, Travis, or not. I started Night of the Living Dead hosted by Elvira. Nice. I bet you that would be awesome, having Elvira be like the host for that. I love Night of the Living Dead. I hope you enjoy it. I don't know if it's a rewatch for you. Denise read to page 45. Thank you for the sprints. Enjoy your book meeting, Kat. Thank you, Denise. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate you being here. And Jamie made salad for dinner, and Red Inkheart made it to chapter 32. Excellent. And only, Matt said, only have our hair left on painting. What do you guys choose? Black hair with a little red or black hair with a little purple? I think I'd vote for the purple. I took care of the critters and read Dark Matter. Is it Dark Matter by Blake Crouch, Alicia? Atia started early on the Kooky train, so she's live now too. Thank you. Yes, if anybody wants to check out the Kooky train, that is a big monster Kooky mayhem that Coda and Nicole are hosting. And read a few more chapters in Mina and the Cult by Amy McCall. How are you liking that, Kathy? I haven't read any of the Mina books, but I heard they're great and they're set in New Orleans. And black hair with a little purple. So that's 2 people, Matt. And still no reading, just scrambling. And thanks for hosting today, Kat. Hope you have a lovely evening. You too, Christina. Thank you for being here. Zach got to page 246 in Wake Up Nat and Darcy by Kate Coltrane, but mostly watched a video. And thank you for the sprints tonight. Thanks, Tina, for being here. I appreciate you. I read to page 126 and made a cherry pie. Yum. We have a cherry tree. Everything is cherries around here at the moment. That is amazing. First of all, that you have a cherry tree. And secondly, that you made a pie. Love, love. Thank you so much, Kirsten, for being here. I hope I see you again soon. And Alicia got the kiddos in bed and worked on her book journal. Gold star for you. Thank you for being here. Hopefully I'll see you for Saturday Morning Momentum. And it's a rewatch for ED. And Blake Crouch, I'm loving it. Yes, I loved it. I didn't know if I would or not, but Alex recommended it to me. And I actually read it last year. I read it for Summer Book Bingo. It was my friend rec. I'm pretty sure it was my friend rec prompt. And I read it when I went to the beach with Barry. So, yeah, I loved it. And I know that there's a TV show. I'd be curious to watch it, but it's not on a streaming service that I subscribe to. Still here and going through my book piles. Book decluttering is hard. Yep, I can guarantee you I understand that 100%. I love purple. I had purple hair for a couple of years. Really? I love purple too. It's probably my second favorite color next to black. Black's my favorite, but I used to love red. That was my second favorite, but I've changed to purple. I love the Mina books. I'm on the third. I highly recommend them. I will have to check that out. We thought about doing the first Mina book. Lori and I thought about doing the first Mina book for the Mardi Gras readathon. And the issue was trying to figure out how to get the book off Amazon. It didn't, the description didn't match the book or something. So we didn't do it. I actually couldn't get a good picture of a nose running other than a nasty running nose. I was wondering. After I sent you the message, I was like, I bet you it's a running nose instead of a nose that's running with legs. And Nightshade by Michael Connelly is his new book that just came out. I read it, and it's a murder mystery where the victim had black hair with a bit of purple. I think you have your answer, Matt. I'm jealous of all the cherries, Amberly. I know. Travis would be jealous too because Travis likes cherries as well. She's going to be a living dead, just not zombie. Okay, so let's share our sprint art before we hop off so everybody can see. And if for some reason my friends did not stay to see, then you can always check it out in the sprint art channel. So Travis started off with the Price family, and you really do need to look at this girl because the little girl, I'll go push in. But this is the Price family. But I need to show you the girl's face. It's like drawn on. I don't know if y'all can see that. The light's probably too bad. I don't like it. I don't like stuff like that. It reminds me of what is that movie? Brooke Shields is in it, where the girl is with the raincoat and she wears the weird mask. I don't like it. That's what it kind of reminds me of. It's creepy. I can't think of what the name of it. Oh, Alice, Sweet Alice is what it is. Okay, so shave your spine every morning. Now, this picture is just wackadoo and weird because the spine, like, is not on the back. I don't know. He's got the shaving cream everywhere but the spine. And this one I didn't like this one. That one's just creepy to me. Super creepy. Extracurricular Carrots is precious. It reminds me of VeggieTales. If you watch VeggieTales with your kids or your grandkids, nieces, nephews, or you just like VeggieTales in general, that's what it kind of reminded me of. So cute. Veggie people. Look how cute. I love the clothes. This one at the bottom over here looks like Paddington Carrot. You know, Paddington Bear? It looks like Paddington Carrot. And look how cute. They're just precious. I like it. It's just like fairy tale like the last one. Jamie said, that's funny, Cat. My favorite colors are red and purple. And that is creeping. That sounds great, Matt. Mine too, Jamie. And she kind of makes me think of Chucky. Talking about Chucky, did y'all see that the actor that did Chucky passed away? I think he was 61. I mean, the mom also looks terrifying. Yes, I agree. Interesting. The spines are so creepy, especially that last one. The carrots are adorable. I love the carrots too. And I don't know about those veggie people. It also kind of reminded me of Carrot in the Garlic books. If you read Garlic and the Witch or Garlic and the Vampire, that's what it kind of reminds me of, the character of Carrot. Okay, now we need to play our electric cat. These are awesome. Talking about cats, I went to Petco today to get dog food and mice. I got dog food for Luna and mice for Ice Cream Bar. And they had so many cute kittens. I was like, I really could take y'all home. They were precious. They had like 12 of them. And they're supposed to get more because they're doing an adoption. Yeah, these are pretty. This one's, I don't know about this one. The hands with the cat hands. Let me look at this. Oh, yeah, they're all like that. Yeah, did y'all notice that the cats have like human hands? Except I didn't really notice it until that last one. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, I'm hoping all those little kittens get adopted because they're so cute. Their markings are cute. I just can't have a cat right now. Not with my dogs. That one where he was on the bathtub, he looks like an angel that got its wings cut off and now has back problems too. I'll take any of the spines. I'm in need of a replacement badly. Oh, Angela. And the hands are weird. Yeah. I didn't realize until I saw the last one. Now, these are skeletal sister Dayton porcupine. So that's just two porcupines. That looks a little suggestive to me. And then this is the skeletal one. I actually think this one looks, I kind of like it. I think it's because the skeletal sister. I don't know what it reminds me of. These guitar cats are awesome besides the hands. Yes, I agree. And then tickling the books on the keyboard are hilarious. Except that the guy's hand on the books, the one on the bottom, I don't like it. It kind of reminds me of Trigger Finger. He has a trigger thumb. And he's like tickling the book. At least his hands don't look quite as deformed as the first guy's. They're so joyous about tickling those books. I know, right? Now, these are my favorite. This is Our Mom, the Spooky Manager. So I think Travis did awesome with this. Here's the first one. These kind of give me Wednesday vibes, especially this one. But I just like them. I like the aesthetic of it, the colors. And then this one, of course, looks like a zombie mom. Now, this one is just bizarre. That's probably my least favorite. She looks like she was probably chanting something and is about to, like, her eyes are glowing as she, like, puts the curse on you. I hope it doesn't giggle. Yes, the book. Could you imagine? And the trigger finger guy is triggering my trigger finger. The guy's hands are just wrong. I know. I love these. Yes. Aren't they good? And then we got the furry 16. These are precious. So all my cat lovers out here, y'all are going to love these so much. Look how cute. The furry 16. This reminds me of when Travis started with the sprint art way back in the day when we had the hamsters. Do you remember that, Travis? It was a number of hamsters that you had, and they were adorable. But look how cute they are. I want them. And look at the colors. They're so cute. I want them. Precious. Travis, we could write a little children's book. Are they cute? Cute, cute. Yeah, I agree. Yes, the hamsters. Do you remember? That was like the beginning when you started your career as a resident artist. Okay. And last but certainly not least, we have the taco shell mitzvah. And these are kind of cute, I think. They really are kind of cute. It's kind of whimsical. I like it. I like the colors. And then the last one, they're precious. These are very precious. So cute. As long as they didn't talk. Like, they keep me. I'm a taco. Oh, fox kitties. Aren't they cute? Cute, cute. I know so many children's books could come from our sprint art. Yes, I know. I agree. And interesting taco shells. Yep, for sure. And the cat that is in the front has a long paw. Oh, yeah. I think it's like he's like got it pushed up. That's what I think. He's got it pushed up so you can see the bottom of his foot. They are cute, though. Yes, these are adorable. The Jewish tacos are adorable. I think so. And imagine if they did. I could never eat the tacos. Too sweet. Feed me the first taco. Well, you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if y'all ever watched this TV show. I think it was called The Annoying Orange. Andrew used to watch it, and I thought it was the freakiest show. It would, it had an orange, like had the mouth on the orange, and it would talk, but I think other fruits and vegetables or foods also did. It was just really weird. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Except the tacos are much cuter than the Annoying Orange characters. Are those tacos wearing yarmulkes? Yes. Look. Can you see those? Isn't that cute? They're very cute. And I love the expressions on the tacos. Like the first one, he's got his little happy face. And then if you look at the ones on the sides, they have different, like one is like squeezing his eyes together. I know. I don't know why Andrew watched that show. I don't know. Anytime it was on, I was like, I said, Andrew, you don't think this is like disturbing? Oh, he was younger. I was like, you don't think this is disturbing? Like it was truly annoying. I agree. Yes, Matt hates that show too. I haven't thought about Annoying Orange in so long. Hello, Crystal. I was just sitting down for the evening. Yeah, and we're about to head out because I have a middle grade March book meeting. And look up Mr. Meaty. That was a scary show. Oh, goodness. I never heard of that. That sounds terrible. Mr. Meaty. At least the Annoying Orange really earned its name, the Annoying Orange, for sure. I just want to let everybody know, Crystal has posted a bunch of good stuff in the Zombie-thon Discord. She put in 3 different articles. She's got some reviews, movie reviews from Roger Ebert about Night of the Living Dead and another one of Romero's movies. And then also she has an article about why we like zombies. And then she also had, what was the other thing you put in? Oh, yeah, about the fungus and the ant. So if y'all want to read any articles, or I would definitely check those out. I find all that fascinating. Not Mr. Meaty. Not much trauma this week. Nope. And you're lucky, ED, because he couldn't do a running nose, like a nose actually running away. It would have been like a runny nose, which would have been gross to see. So I'm glad that Travis spared us of that. Nightmare fuel in a show. Mr. Meaty scared me so much. Nickelodeon was wild for that. I had no idea that was a show. Andrew must not have watched that. Thank goodness. I don't know if I would have let him watch that if it was like triggering like that. But anyway, so we are at the end of our comments. I'm so happy that y'all came to hang out with me this Wednesday. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your week. I will tell you, I have Saturday morning momentum. We have the power hour on Saturday mornings. If anybody is looking to be productive on a Saturday morning. And then later on Saturday evening, that's our last day of Zombie-thon, I will be doing a live stream, but it's going to be different. It's not really going to be sprints. We will have a sprint because we're going to do some kind of an art project. So anyway, it's going to just be games and hanging out and just kind of wrapping up, doing our undead finale for Zombie-thon. And right now I'm waiting on Linda to let me know what her schedule is. And then once I get a time, then I will create that live stream for everybody. So whether you participated in Zombie-thon or not, if you want to just come out and hang out with us for a couple of hours, I'd love for you to be there to participate. And yeah, it'll be a good time, a good way for us to close out. I'll see you all in 2 weeks. Bye, ED. I hope that everything's going well and that it's going to, maybe you're working. And Angela, it is the Middle Grade March YouTube channel. Do you need me to put the link in here for you? It's Middle Grade March. Let me know. I can put the link before we go. Thank you so much, Alicia, for being here. I will post something soon because June 1st is Sunday about Lonesome Dove. Thank you so much for sprints and sprint art, Travis. Thanks, Kat. Was very subdued today, just exhausted, but always enjoyed being here. Yeah, you were very quiet today, Travis. I know that you have a lot on your plate. Thank you, Amber, for being here. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Angela. Do you need me to put the link in for you? Thank you so much, Jamie, for being here. I'll see you Saturday as well. And you know what Nightmare Fuel is? The old commercial with the noses for heads. I think it was some kind of allergy medicine. I know what you're talking about. That was pretty creepy. Have a wonderful night, Matt. Have a lovely night, Kaylin. Thanks for sprints, Cat. Good night. Oh, bye, Carmen. I'll be touching base with you and Stormy soon. Okay, hold 1 second, Angela. I'm going to pull it up. So that way you can get the link. Just takes my computer a second. Oh. Let's see. There we go. A great March. Let's see. Leave it at last. Okay, here you go. I'm posting it for you right here. This is the Middle Grade March. Leva Atlas. That's for you, Angela, right here. There you go. I'll be away for all of next week. Okay, well, you be safe on your adventures. I'll miss you, Edie. And have a good night, Alicia. You too. And night, everyone. Have a good night. Bye, Jasmine. I hope you have a good day tomorrow at work. And you are quite welcome. I'll see you over at the Middle Grade March Book Club. Thanks again, everyone, for being here. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all mean a great deal to me. And until our paths cross again, I will be thinking of you But I want y'all to stay amazing, be adventurous, but safe in your adventures, and I'll talk to y'all soon. Bye.